Good day, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're flying today in the ToLiss A330neo to Dash 900, going from Atlanta, Hartsville, Jackson to Las Vegas. And we're not going to mess about here, folks. We're going to jump right into the cockpit. Enjoy the flight. Okay, here we go. Get the battery. Actually, what I'm going to do first. So this is going to be a first here. So apparently when you shut down, when you close X-plane, the exact conditions that the aircraft was in when you close X-plane down automatically is saved to current situation. So you can select that and then load that situation. And that's all very interesting. So I'll take that for what it is, and we're just not going to mess about here. Got the batteries on. We got external power is on, supply on, ground control on. We'll start these adheres. We are going to want to do the fuel change immediately. So we're going to look at our flight plan here, and we have zero flight. Actually, I'm going to jump down here to the weights. We have packs of 239. And we have a 56,400 on the fuel. We're going to go 56,500. So therefore I'm going to go down here and I'm going to tell the ground crew to immediately start refueling because we have so much excess fuel. So what was it here? 56,500. 56.5. Okay, so that refueling process should begin immediately because that's going to take a while to get that excess fuel out. Now, quickly, the real reason why I wanted to investigate this situation save option is that I want the amount of fuel that's left in the airplane. You know, I want the turnaround conditions of the airplane. I want the same amount of fuel. I want every switch to be in the place I left it when I closed down. So what that requires you to do after you finish a flight on the A330, maybe all the other aircraft too, the ToLiss aircraft, is to ensure that you've really shut the plane down. So there's probably a checklist for that, I'm sure. But anyway, okay, so that's done. Let's go to the rest of it. We did the adheres are in nav mode. All these switches look fine. That looks good. We'll leave the pumps off. All the hydraulics are all dark. That's fine. Nav logo, we will put that in position 2. Strobe will go to auto. Seatbelts on. Portable devices to auto. Emergency lights arm. That's good. Sensor lights can be dimmed. So that overhead is fine for now. I'll actually have to start wind wing. Okay. Down to lower pedestal, predictive wind shear, we'll put that into auto. Weather will be weather and turbulence. Integrated lights are off as they should be. Yes. Okay, the radio console, just have VH1 on. And let's go and get the CTAF Actually, my squawk code is 1141. We'll put that in first. So go hit ATC here and 1141, and we can put that to TARA and ATC mode auto. And then when I go back to the VHF page, these will be now green, which means they're active. Okay, so what is the CTAF and weather in Atlanta? 119.1 is the CTAF, so I'll fix that up. Pop that in. VHF1. Okay. And the weather in Atlanta. Winds 140 at 10, 10 miles visibility, scattered 2,500, broken 20,000, temperature 28.22, altimeter 3014, 3014 on the flight control panel is set. Get the lights up on the ECAM, displays, and do the same here, PFD, excuse me, PDF. Okay, that looks good. Make this a little brighter. Alright. Let's go into the FMS here and request the download of the flight plan. Okay, data uplink is completed. We'll just cross-reference this with our flight plan. Go to the OFP again. Cost index is 10, cruising altitudes 400. Never seems to import the correct cost index. Not a big deal. Ground temperature 27, 28 on the meter. 27 is fine. And line on ref, confirm alignment, wind, download the SimBrief winds I'm requesting here. So it's really the cruise winds I'm interested in. Alright, they're fairly light. I mean, it's going to be mostly headwinds, as you would expect, going to Atlanta to Vegas. And we're going to get some weight and balance information over here, so we have the number of passengers set correct, and a little bit more fuel than what's actually in the flight plan. Now we have our gross weight center of gravity, which we'll need for the takeoff performance. So our zero fuel weight is 349,212, 349,102. I'll take that as a win. Fuel, like we said, so our takeoff weight 405.7 versus 404.3. I'll take that as a win as well. So zero fuel weight 349.2 and zero fuel weight center gravity 27.5. 349.1, 27.5.
Atlanta traffic Delta 436, line up 08 right and waiting. Atlanta.
We are going to turn the volume down on that a little bit. And we're trying to wonder why the fuel hasn't come yet. That's a bit disappointing. We asked for 56,500, I believe. Request refuel. Alright, looks like that's definitely been requested. Okay, overhead is fine. What should pop up here is refueling message. Fuel truck is there now. There we go, refueling panel. So And refuel in process. Okay, so the refueling has begun. So here it's saying there's negative time, so what we'll probably do is fix that.
Delta 436 departing 08 right on the NASA to RNF departure. We're departing into the west Atlanta.
So the trip time you can't really change the fuel, I don't believe. So it's the other items. We'll have to go to the planned fuel. So our contingency is 2.7.
Left traffic Charger 420, taxi on left at Mike 2 via Mike 2 Atlanta.
Inline traffic Delta 29 pushing star from Bravo 28 for taxi to 08 right via hotel.
Okay, taxi. So taxi we have 1.2. Contingency 15 minutes is 2.7, so that's the reserves. The alternate time is 7.5. And the final time is 4.5, 4.6. Oops. 4.6. It's actually in there already. Okay. So that gives us extra time of 1.1. So that's better. Don't want it having a freak out. How your deers have aligned. Takeoff weight 404.4. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, the inner page is done. Before I go to the route, I'm going to get the airport charts. Airport. Okay, definitely, obviously you can hear we got some action here.
Traffic, Delta 29 lighting up 8 right for departure.
We're on the
Atlanta traffic Charger 420 is taking off 9 left at Mike
NASA
2.
2.
RNF 2 Lidus Atlanta.
And I believe we're taking 9er left, so we're taking grits.
And
Okay.
Atlanta traffic Delta 29 departing 8 right, swinging it around to the west.
Arrival into Vegas is the Rockstar 4 from Haha.
Atlanta traffic Delta 325, taxiing runway 9er left via Lima.
There's the Rockstar 4. Here's Haha. Okay, we'll go and look at those charts in more detail when we make sure that the speed and altitude constraints in the FMS are matching the charts. The arrival, excuse me, the approach is going to be 26 left, Zulu. And we got the airport chart up, and the parking gate coordinates, those are that's hardly on here, is it? Minimum obstacle notes, parking gate coordinates, this is interesting. Okay, it's giving us a map and the coordinates. Alright. I'm not sure what gate I'm going to get, so I'm going to ask for both of those charts, and we'll figure that out on the way there. Concourse D, the E gates, the C gates, the A gates, the B gates. We got all the gates. We got Bill Gates. Okay, so we got the charts, so now we can go into our flight plan.
Delta 325, taking off runway 9er left.
9er left. The NASA 2. It's my transition on the NASA 2 is y'all. Insert that. Las Vegas arrival. 267 Zulu. Rockstar 4. Transition is haha. There should be a VIA option in here too.
Delta 813 is at Stand Foxtrot A, beginning pushback and startup.
Preno. Haha. There's Rockstar. Looks like it's going to be Halen. 26 right. Preno is 26 left. So it should be via Preno. There we go. And we insert that, and now we'll cycle through the flight plan with the constraints, please. So Atlanta, Grits, Heisman. So it says Heisman 250, NASA 10,000. Top altitude is 10,000. I'll set that. So Heisman had a speed constraint of 250, and that is set. NASA, I just need to make sure that I'm above plus 10,000. I believe this is how you enter it. Yes, okay. Insert that. I'm going to be at 27,000, but we'll just put the constraint in there all the same. Y'all. So I need to get to ha. That looks good. Top of descent. Did I pass out? Haha. There it is. Okay. Okay, the arrival chart. Haha. So sticks above 200, below 240. Okay. Petty 140160. Oops. Petty 140160. Okay, that's good. Speed constraint 250. That's correct. Rockstar. Then we're going Huxley. 13,000, 10,000. There we go. Halen below 9 at 210. Below 9, actually the 210 is on the other one. It's on Preno. That's 8,000, so we're good with those. Alright. Alright, so that's all good. The fuel is almost there. Timing is going to actually work out okay. Just make sure there's no ATC. And there is not. Start the APU. Just curious, what is the temperature in the cabin right now? Go to conditioning. Whoa! It is stinkers hot. Yeah, we gotta get that APU going, boys. Get that flap is open. Get that started. Should have taken outside air. Is that even an option, actually, I wonder? Yeah, we can take high pressure air from the ground and low pressure air. It doesn't matter now, we're starting the APU. GWCG is 32.9, that's interesting. 33 now. Okay. We are taking fuel out still. Alright, this APU is now available. Get those bleeds going. Get these temperatures down. Okay. Even the cockpit is wild hot. It is 28 degrees outside, so it's kind of cooking in here. Okay, what else can we do in the meantime? We can calculate our takeoff performance. So our takeoff weight is 405.7. What's my current weight right now? 405.6. I'm gonna make it the init page here. 404.4. 0.48 plus the block. That's all very interesting. So there's 0.48, 349.2. So it's taken the 1.2 of taxi time out. This should not be negative time. 40.4. The estimated fuel burn, which is actually right exactly what SimBrief is. 2.7, 7.5, 4.6. More 4. I put in 56.5. Is it different? 56.
Delta A13 taxi in the runway 09 left via Lima. Atlanta traffic.
Alright, the temperatures are coming down. We can't have the passengers coming into 80-degree Fahrenheit cabin temperatures. Pack flow on high here and see if that does anything. Does that make it go faster? Disconnect the ground power. And we'll have ground crew take those out. Okay. Alright, I think that's going to be good enough. We'll put the pack flow to normal again. Just asked for colder air, I suppose, cabin. Alright, let's get the passengers on board. 239 packs, I believe. Weights. Yes, 239. Load them. Cabin lighting. Got 4. Okay. We're in good shape. Takeoff performance is going to be, going to use this one, 404.5. Let's say 405 even. And my center of gravity is 33, it's correct. Air conditioning will be on. Auto, that's correct. All that looks fine. What are the winds? 14010. Enter 27, that's correct. That's correct. Runway. Compute. 43, 43, 44. Up 1.4, flaps 1. And flex temp is 70. Okay, very good. Temperatures are looking much better now. Put the cabin back to room temperature, should be able to get that. Refueling's complete. Let's start the fuel pumps. And we'll plan to push. We'll be nose facing south.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Get rid of the gate.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Beacon light to the on position. Actually going to search for something here. ATL. Next.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed.
Parking
Ready to
gates.
connect.
Gotta release the chocks, don't I? Yep. Okay, that's all good. Arm doors on cross check.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 813, taking off runway 09 left. Atlanta traffic.
Atlanta traffic, Georgia 539, 7 mile final, runway 8 left, Atlanta.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 777 pushing back from Echo 8 onto Echo Concourse East. Nose will be facing south, Atlanta.
starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Vegas, baby! So what does it look like our flight type is going to be? I'll put the perf over there. We are... Three hours, 44 minutes, and some brief calculated 3 hours, 43 minutes. Okay. Very close. Very close. Ignition. Engine 1 start. And 2 rising.
Category 11 Whiskey Charlie, crossing runway to 6 left.
And 3 and 2 and 3 rising. This light here. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Takes a while to start these engines.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Park brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
We have to look at the electrical panel here, the electrical AC. Generator 1 is actually good. Available. Start engine 2.
Temperature 119.
And 2 rising.
Time on 12 mile final for runway 08 left.
And 3 rising now. Okay, clean maneuvering speed is 219. Slat retract 183. Let's go back to the electrical. There we go.
Delta 813, airborne from runway 09 left, Atlanta traffic.
Two good engine starts. Disconnect, please. Engine ignition normal. APU bleed off. APU off. Taxiing to 9er left, Lima. Whiskey.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Cheers, have a good one. Flaps 1. Auto brake max. Armed spoilers.
Flat traffic, Georgia 539 is crossing runway 8 right, Atlanta.
Gear pin is removed. Signal received. Flight control test. Get off this electrical here. Full up. Check. Full down. Check. Neutral. Check. Left. Right. Check. Rudder left. Rudder right. And we're going to do that one more time because I have fruity issues with the rudder pedals. Brakes, okay. Trim is slightly too high, that's fine. Go. Flight control check is complete. Takeoff configuration test. Normal. Atlanta traffic Delta 777 taxiing to runway 9er left via Lima. Atlanta traffic. Park brake released. Let's give it a bit of a nudge. Nose light on, wing light on.
Traffic Blue 119 vacated runway Bravo 11. 20 Bravo.
There doesn't seem to be anybody on Lima. That's good. We are clear left and clear right. Atlanta Center's up. 132-975. Atlanta Center, hello. Delta 777 on the ground in Atlanta. We are on taxiway Lima.
Delta 777 Heavy at Atlanta Center, runway 9er left at Mike 2, taxi via Lima, Lima 1.
At Mike 2, Lima, Lima 1 for Delta 777. Okay, so we did get ATC.
Atlanta Center, good evening. At 1049, just sending out a level 430, 28 miles southeast of Eufaula.
Just at 1049, Atlanta Center, welcome.
Atlanta Center, good evening. Helicopter November 2 Kilo Charlie. We're at PDK looking for a southwest departure over the city.
Such at 1049, descend and maintain for level 240.
Level 240 at 1049.
And the aircraft calling at Peachtree, stand by.
Okay, let's see if I know there's an ATIS up, so I just want to see if I can get that.
Delta 813 is at flight level 182, climb into flight level 400.
But I have problems with this sleep.
Delta 813, Atlanta Center, welcome. And Delta 813, climb maintain for level 400.
Climb maintain at flight level 400, Delta 813.
And Delta 813, squawk 7107.
Not giving me the ATIS.
Now it's clock 7107, Delta A13.
Okay, METAR is still working, so I'll have to get the ATIS the old-fashioned way. Departure ATIS, request controller info. Information November. Mike 2, okay. Lima 1, Mike 2. Performance. Tour information here. Runway remaining 11440. Out of 12390, so that's 1,000 the takeoff shift approximately. We're still good.
Atlanta Center, JetBlue 1254, flight level 360.
JetBlue 1254, Atlanta Center, welcome. At box discretion, set a maintain for level 240.
Delta 995, clear runway 8 left.
At discretion, descend and maintain for level 240, JetBlue 1254.
Delta 995, welcome to Atlanta, cross runway 8 right at Delta, Foxtrot to the ramp.
Cross runway 8 right at Delta, Foxtrot. Lima, I believe I heard you.
Atlanta Center, good day. This is JetBlue 1317, which is level 360.
JetBlue 1317 at Atlanta Center, welcome.
Can I get out a measure 102, Lima Heavy, Mike 2.
Is that jet, was that 104?
Right break on.
Measure 104, Lima, we're Mike 2.
Version 104 Lima, squawk 2554.
2554, measure 104.
And, Atlanta Center, Delta 777 Heavy, ready for departure, holding Mike 2, 9 left.
Delta 777 Heavy, RNAV 2 Picket, runway 9 left at Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
Confirming RNAV grits rather than Picket, 777.
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. RNAV 2 grits, runway 9 left at Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
RNAV grits, clear for takeoff 9 right, 9 left, excuse me, 777.
Jet 1094, descend via the Gandalf 3 arrival, the Atlanta altimeter 3014.
Is that for Jet 1049?
Jet 1049, descend via the Gandalf 3 arrival, the Atlanta altimeter 3014.
3014, send me the Gandalf 3 arrival, Jet 1049. Trying to get a Delta 2200 south side of ramp 1 with November ready to taxi.
Delta 2200 at Atlanta Center, runway 9 left at Mike 2, taxi to Lima, Lima 1.
9 left, Mike 2, Lima, Lima 1, Delta 2200.
Atlanta Center, this is good speed 881. We thought that you had gone offline, but we're with you now.
You're leaving my airspace, change device frequency approved.
Alright, over to advisory for good speed 881, thanks.
And number 2 Kilo Charlie, stay request?
November 2 Kilo Charlie, we're at PDK, looking for a Southwest departure out of PDK and a little tour around the city, and then we'll head back VFR.
Number 2 Kilo Charlie,
Let's go to
stay
Vegas,
request.
baby.
We're Boeing 222 helicopter.
Number 2 Kilo Charlie, you're wishing to depart from the non-moving area.
Some left rudder going in here.
Alright, appreciate it, 2 Kilo Charlie.
RD wishing to depart from the non-movement area? It was not an instruction.
Affirm.
Alright, over 2 Kilo Charlie, departure from the non-movement area is at your own risk. On departure, on course approved.
Alright, departure from the non-movement area approved and on course departure approved. 2 Kilo Charlie, thank you.
JetBlue 1254, cross Aussie at a maintain 4000, the Atlanta altimeter 3014.
Cross to Aussie at a maintain 4000, the land altimeter 3014, JetBlue 1254.
JetBlue 1317 at pilot discretion, descend to maintain level 240. JetBlue 1317 at pilot discretion, descend to maintain level 240. JetBlue 1317 Atlanta.
Go ahead for JetBlue 1317.
JetBlue 1317 at pilot's discretion, descend to maintain flight level 240.
At pilot's discretion, descend to maintain flight level 240.
Good speed 882, change to advisory frequency approved. The 777 Atlanta departure, radar contacts, or correction, Atlanta Center radar contacts, the altitude.
3.3 for 1,000.
The 777 climb maintain for level 400.
Climb maintain 400, Delta 777.
Virgin 104 Lima Heavy, RNAV to lightest, runway 9 left at Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
RNAV lightest, Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
Thumbs up.
Center, good afternoon. Speedbit 877, short emo with November. Center, good afternoon. Speedbit 877, short emo with November.
And who was calling?
Speedbit 877 at Atlanta.
Speedbird 877 Atlanta Center.
Atlanta Center, American 150 Heavy, 25 west of Vulcan, flight level 410.
American 150 Atlanta Center, welcome.
Autopilot 1.
Good evening, Delta 72 Heavy, Delta from 8, request taxi at Atlanta.
Delta 482. Is that Delta 72 Heavy?
Delta 72 Heavy.
Delta 72 Heavy, Atlanta Center, runway 9 left at Mike 2, taxi via Lima 1.
9 left at Mike 2, taxi Lima 1, Delta 72 Heavy.
Roger.
Beautiful day for flying.
Atlanta Center, altitude 3164,
Legion 3164, Atlanta Center, welcome.
American 134 Lima Heavy, 23001.
Got a pretty low cost in
Version 104, Lima Heavy, Atlanta Center, climb, radar contact, climb maintain, level 370.
Ox positions.
Climb maintain 370, second block there, hold in. Seabird 877, Atlanta Center.
Yeah, we're shortly moving.
Alright, Seabird 877 Heavy, runway 90 left at Mike 2, taxi via Lima, Lima 1.
Runway 9 left, Mike 2, Lima, Lima 1, speed 877. Delta 2200, ready to go.
Delta 2200, RNAV to Lightus, runway 90 left at Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
Order to Lightus, Mike 2, intersection for 9 left, cleared for takeoff, Delta 2200.
Number 9 at Delta Tango, Atlanta Center, welcome.
Where temperatures. These lights can go off. Hardly ever put the weather radar on.
Whiskey be full ready.
I'm sorry, your call sign cut out. Who is that?
4 Whiskey.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Heavy, turn left, heading 330, runway 36 center, clear for takeoff.
Left 330, 36 and RTX will take a 4 Whiskey.
Delta 2200, radar contact, stay altitude.
1.7 for climbing to 10 for Delta 2200.
Delta 2200, climb maintain, flight level 330.
Climb maintain, flight level 330, Delta 2200.
Transition altitude, standard, barometric.
Number 9 Delta Tango, climb maintain 12000.
Climb maintain 12000.
Delta 1938, requesting I-4, chief of gas, fuel and swab.
Jibba 1254, runway 8 left, descend and maintain 12000.
8 left, descend and maintain 12000, structure 1254.
Catch at 1049, runway 8 left.
8 left, catch at 1049.
Delta 72 Heavy, RNAV to Lightus, runway 9 left at Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
Number
9 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 72.
And over T, Kilo Charlie, don't know if I gave it change to advise you frequency approved.
Alright, frequency change approved to Kilo Charlie, thank you.
This is 4 Whiskey, we were airborne passing 2,300.
Sounds a 4 Whiskey at Lena Center. We're to contact, climb maintain, level 390, clear direct kill.
Clear direct kill and flight level 390, 4 Whiskey.
And Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Heavy, delete the restriction.
Roger, free speed 4 Whiskey.
Delta 813, change advise frequency approved. Delta 813, change to advisory frequency approved.
And the atmosphere is so tranquil up there. It was a 3 knots. It's calmer than at the surface.
KLAS Center, good evening, FedEx 3605, having flight level 340.
Is that FedEx 165?
And the city's
FedEx
done.
3605, heavy.
FedEx 3605 at Lena Center, welcome. JetBlue 1254 reduced to 210 knots.
210 knots, JetBlue 1254.
Jet 1049 is going to maintain 5,000.
5,000, Jet 1049.
Trim tank is transferring.
Speedbird 877 heavy, ready for departure.
Speedbird 877 heavy. RNAV to Sea Park, runway 9 left at Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Sea Park, 9 left, clear for takeoff. Speedbird 877 heavy.
JetBlue 1254 just going to maintain 4,000.
Sun to maintain 4,000, JetBlue 1254.
Should be looking for a cruise.
Set jet 1049, turn right heading 040, just going to maintain 3,000.
040, 3000, Jet 1049.
Atlanta Center, good evening. American 1295.
It's amazing.
American 1295 at Atlanta Center, welcome. American American 1295, American 1295. American 1295, descend via the Chesley 7 arrival, Charlotte landing south, the Charlotte altimeter 3016. Descend via the Chesley 7 arrival, Charlotte landing south, American 1295. And who was calling? Charlie was calling. Charlie Oscar Whiskey, November, and let us center clear flight request. Stand by.
Atlanta Center, hello, Flex Jet 757 on the ground at Atlanta looking for IFR, we just followed flight.
Stand by.
Center speed at 877 heavy airborne 09 left, passing 1,800.
Speedbird 877 heavy at Atlanta Center, climb maintain, flight level 350.
350, speedbird 877 heavy.
Exit at 1049 advise the Atlanta airport site.
4 port in the field, we've got a cloud in front of us for exit 1049.
Roger.
Delta 72 heavy, passing 9.5 Flemington.
I'm sorry, who is that?
It's Delta 72 heavy.
Delta 72 heavy, Atlanta Center, climb maintain, flight level 390.
Maintain 390, Delta 72 heavy.
Let's have the 4 whiskey radar contact lost.
Atlanta Center, Delta Arms 1956 with your flight level 320 inbound, LAS for the Z3 arrival, KATL.
Legion 3164, per DGX request, I need you, I need out to, would you like 380 or 360?
Go to 36.
Legion 3164, just set a maintain flight level 360.
Down to 360, Legion 3164. Set jet 1049 has the field.
Set jet 1049, clear approach, runway 8 left, runway 8 left, clear to land.
Clear for the visual, 8 left, clear to land, set jet 1049.
Delta 1956 at Atlanta Center, welcome, at pilot's discretion, set a maintain flight level 240.
Descend and maintain flight level 240 and then firm for Delta 1956, thank you.
JetBlue 1317, cross Aussie at a maintain 14,000, the Atlanta altimeter 3013.
Altimeter 3013, cross Aussie at, and cross Aussie at 14,000, JetBlue 1317.
JetBlue 1254, turn left, heading 180.
Left 180, JetBlue 1254.
JetBlue 1254, port the Atlanta airport site.
Port the airport, field inside, JetBlue 1254.
JetBlue 1254, clear visual approach, runway 8 left, runway 8 left, clear to land.
Clear visual approach, 8 left, clear to land, JetBlue 1254.
West Side Fluxus 757 on the ground at Atlanta, ready for push and start.
Ramp is uncontrolled. Charlotte, Oscar, Whiskey, Sierra, clearance available, advise ready, copy. COWS cleared to the Atlanta airport via the Knights 4 departure. Radar vectors course, that's Charlie, Oscar, Romeo, Charlie, Echo. Dennis filed, maintain 4,000, expect 6,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency with me, squawk 5127.
Clear to Atlanta via the 9 for departure. Vector, initial time 12,000, then 01 minutes after departure 6,000, and squawk 5127 for Charlie Oscar with initial.
COWS feedback correct, advisory taxi. Delta 1956, descend via the SIS-3 arrival, the Atlanta altimeter 3013.
Descend via SIS-3 arrival route 3013 for Delta 1956.
What can this thing do? Can it do anything?
American 1295, runway 36 right.
36 right, American 1295. Atlanta Center, good evening. Wildlands 102 at signature, Atlanta ready for taxi, short of Alpha 5 with Oscar.
I'm sorry, what was your call sign?
I'll be Wildlands.
Wildland 102, Atlanta Center, verify first FMS waypoint.
First waypoint for us is going to be Skinner.
And we are at...
Land flight 102, runway 8 right, taxi via right turn alpha, hold short, runway 8 left at the approach end.
8 right, via Alpha, hold short at 8 left, Wildlands 102.
I'm sorry, who was calling?
Fluxus 757, we're ground in Atlanta, we'd like taxi runway 8 right.
Alright, I wasn't talking to you. Is that Allegiant 629? Delta 1215, Atlanta Center, welcome. It's at 1049, welcome to Atlanta, left turn out for the ramp, have a good one.
Left turn out for the ramp, it's at 1049.
Center speed at 877 with 10 miles of smoking, it's continuous flow.
You were at 877, what was your request?
I would continue as filed, we're at 10 miles of smoking.
You may continue as filed.
Okay, thanks.
Allegiant 3164, change to advise you frequency approved. Delta 777, change to advisory frequency approved. Delta 72, attack loss.
Delta 1938.
And we are back in the seat finally after that fairly lengthy call with dispatch. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream. If you like the content, if there's something you want to know or see about the ToLiss A330neo, beautiful plane by ToLiss here. Handling is excellent. It is super slick through the air though. Energy management on the descent is extremely important. It's very hard to slow this airplane down on the descent, and it's so easy to get stuck at speeds that are really in excess of where you want to be. So almost inevitably we have to use the speed brakes for the descent when we do start our descent into Vegas, which is estimated at 203 Zulu, and what are we now? It's just under 2 hours from now. Really like the sounds on the airplane as well. I don't feel there's a need to go to third-party sound add-ons for this. I think ToLiss did a very good job. I think they use Sound Turbine Studios for their sounds. Trim tank has been transferred. Okay. I think we've trimmed out here. Flight control page, trimming up 1.6. That's pretty typical at this stage and this weight. This visor is amazing. It actually really looks like it's... Look at that. That is incredible. It's like polarized light. It's like they've simulated non-polarized light, polarized light, non-polarized, polarized. That's amazing. What would I like to see improved? You know, I think a lot of people have filed grievances with the textures in the cockpit and even outside. Yeah, you know, I mean, what did they go for here? They went for, it looks like they went for a kind of a scratchy, you know, fairly highly used airplane, but you know, the Neo is, I guess, well, it's been out for a while, I suppose. 2014 or 2016, I think, when it got, I can't remember when its first flight was, but it's certainly been out 10 years. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of scratch marks here, but you know, are they high def? Probably not. Looks like there's been a lot of wear and tear of this airplane. And I guess when you're doing a lot of wear and tear kind of textures, the more wear and tear, the more worn and torn it looks, the less convincing it might actually end up being. You know, the knobs are pretty beaten up. I think they just went overkill on maybe the worn out look, and it may be degrading the fidelity of the texturing. Geometrically, are there some things that are a bit fugazi here? Maybe. That panel looks a bit dodgy at that corner. I don't know. Maybe that's true to life. Kind of the same thing happened over in that corner. You know, the bezeling, yeah, it doesn't look, you know, could probably do better, but I am totally partial towards flight model performance. You know, I think it definitely exceeds my minimum requirements aesthetically. I think the wear and tear look is it's a little over the top. Things look too worn. Looks overly emphasized. So we can have some look at some exterior textures, and let me turn down the external volume so we don't kill people here, kill their ears. So, I mean, exterior textures are okay. Suppose probably do a little bit better there. There's a good bit of aliasing in that texture. The horizontal stabilizer attaches to the rear fuselage. Tail fin looks good. Doesn't look bad at all. What else we got here? Horizontal stabilizers look pretty okay. Here's the compartment for the light to illuminate the tail fin. Another one on the other side. Just reset here for a second. Just really look at the wings. I mean, the windows, yeah, I suppose they're okay. I think there's a lot to be said as well for the lighting engine and X-Plane 12. Those look really good, actually. Maybe that's true to life. Maybe the LEDs, maybe the light emitting diodes are much more noticeable in real life. Engine pylon. Yeah, maybe the resolution could be a little bit better, probably. Again, it's hard to know if I don't do a side-by-side comparison with that modeling is a little bit funny there, is it? And then the other thing as well is, I think X-Plane, I think this is actually a laminar research thing, that the reflectivity is on surfaces are, I think, over the top. For landing light. That almost looks like a conventional incandescent one. Engine intake looks quite good. Yeah. I can't remember what this is. I used to know what that thing was used for. What instrument that was. At the lower beacon. Okay, I suppose not so bad. I believe these are the static ports, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, those are the static ports. I think there should be a hole in it though. That looks solid. Some of the decals are pretty good. Got a bit of wear and tear on the nose gear doors. Pretty neat. Pitot tubes. Can't argue with those. Again, the reflectivity modeling in X-Plane seems to be a little crazy. And then the windows. Again, maybe the window framing in both the passenger windows and the cockpit windows. Does it need more? Maybe this edging here, where we're getting the aliasing out of the texture. But overall, I mean, it's definitely a pass for me, but this is the AOA indicators. Suppose it's alright. Decals are legible. It's always nice to see. There we go. Off to Vegas, baby. I'm gonna shoot some craps when I get there. Anyone on the VATSIM front? Nope, center center only. Alright, let's say where we are in the world. Habitat. Maps. Zoom out here, maybe 50 miles, 100 miles. Oklahoma City off to our right. Midwest. So we've got Papa November Hotel. Oh, this is a cool feature actually. We have a traffic mode here, so when we will see traffic on our TCAS, so for example, am I going to see traffic here? Oops. Yeah, I got a guy down on the ground, so he's not going to come up, but if I have traffic nearby me on the TCAS, and you click on traffic here, they will actually come up, their actual call sign will come up here in this list. And you can select them and it will give you all the information about that airplane's airspeed, actually, excuse me, its ground speed, its track, its going, its altitude, a lot of other information. I thought that was really neat. And of course it's got the heads-up display, which, so here's my verdict on the heads-up display. Let's make sure it's at its brightest here. Now, with the heads-up display in real life, when you're focusing on the heads-up display, you're focusing at something that maybe is a foot or two in front of your face. And when you're focusing on the runway outside the window, you're focusing on something that could be a half mile away as you're getting on final approach. Maybe it's a quarter mile away. When you're getting ready for touchdown, you're right over the numbers. You know, it's, what would you say, 100 yards away? And your eyes are focusing on that runway. It's focusing on something that's 100. So what ends up happening is the HUD blurs. You're looking past the HUD as you're focusing on the runway. And when you start to focus on the HUD again, the runway blurs. So when you're passing, eyes are passing back and forth, they're focusing between the HUD and the runway, the HUD and the runway, the HUD and the runway. But that eye focusing doesn't get assimilated in a simulator because you're focusing the HUD. It's basically two-dimensional space, right? So maybe I would love to know how the HUD works in VR. I don't have a VR headset, but possibly look that up online and see what people think about it. But if you're playing in 2D or non-VR, this HUD and the runway that would be behind it outside the window are in the same focus. Your eyes are focused on both. So what ends up happening is when we get close to the runway with this HUD, there's too much stuff going on because you're focused on both things at the same time. So you lose the benefit of being able to focus, unfocus, or defocus. Unfocus from the HUD to the runway, or runway back to the HUD. So that's just an observation. I'll do my thoughts on that. Unfortunately, well, we got a 53 knot headwind. That's not great. ToLiss should be rolling out, don't know what the timetable is, but version 1.3 of their A330neo and CO family have the whole new, well, it's a substantial upgrade for version 1.3, offering NaviGraph tab over AviTab on the EFB. There's a lot of cool new features on version 1.3, but they're supposed to be rolling out the EFB through the A321 CO and Neo, the A319, and the A330 and the A340, I think. So, but I don't know what the timetable is for that yet. One thing I have been noticing is I have to check this on the other ToLiss airplanes, but I don't think it's been working on the A320, the A321, the A319, and the A321. Normally when you would click this destination ATIS from the AUC menu, you would get a company message that would come up. And if there was no ATIS because there was no air traffic control at that destination airport, it would tell you that there was no ATIS. You would still get a company message. Without a company message, that wouldn't come up anymore. And even if there is air traffic control for your destination airport and you ask for the ATIS here, it also doesn't come up either. And my whole Hoppy login is unchanged, so I still can't get over this non-polarized to polarized. It's amazing. traffic in the area? No? What are the new options that they have in the EFB here? Go back to the ATSU menu. Data link status. So this is our CPDLC connection, but don't see that being used a lot in VATSIM in North American ops. That page? Is that working? No, it's not working. Just the status. There's ATC menu. Selected, and I thought it would put a ring around your nails. American Airlines 7 Victor. Rate vortex is heavy. It's descending. Ground speed is high. It's descending. Again, it's ADSB, so I don't think it's extremely accurate. And it looks like we're losing them off at the radar now. We have more traffic. Anna. All Nippon Airways. It's a heavy All Nippon. Yeah, he's got 5 up to 60 knots ground speed. Very nice. He's at flight level 390. He's 53 miles away. Minneapolis Center is on. It's a long way away from where I am. flying into the abyss. Yikes, this headwind is grizzly, man. Grizzly headwind. So does it give you information on the progress page? Airbuses don't normally do it, I don't think. Performance. Top of descent is 440 miles, and it's a little over an hour from now. You got that information. Flight ID on. Skimming the cloud tops. Skimming the cloud tops. Where are we on the map here? Approaching Albuquerque. Wonder if we'll get a good visual on the Grand Canyon. Perhaps. Weather's like. You'll see menu. Weather read is messages received. Las Vegas. This is 0056. Oh, it's pretty fresh. It's 240 12 gust 221. Clear, so 272. The wind at Gup. You can do that by going here. Data. It's 267 at 28. Okay, so 40,000 feet. So 5343, I guess. Oh, bit of a reduction in the wind. the Tranquility. Wind is dropping a little bit. Gallop. We are getting there, folks. We are getting there. Back to all seriousness. Gonna look for F424 KLAS. Flights. Saha maintain flight level 3. Okay, let's do that. The latest METAR. Here's Las Vegas METAR. June 10th. Approach procedure is climb to 3,200, then climb right, turn to 6,000 heading 080. So it's really just a hairpin turn heading 080. And then Motor City 287 radial. the ATC front. On the ground and Vegas is totally empty, bro. That is so unlike VATSIM. As per the WX KLAS, actually not any of that, .CTF, KLAS, 19.9er. Time or are we off time? Blocks. Just about 10 minutes late. Not too bad. Calculating on your top of the sun deck. Travel to flight level 200. Excuse me? No altitude. Good, Vegas, baby. Look at those canyons. Beautiful. Set it to dry. Alright folks, we're not too far away from touchdown now. Estimating 238 Zulu, and we are at 2:16, so 22 minutes to touchdown. 26 left, Las Vegas. Nothing on the ATC front, unfortunately. Tuesdays in VATSIM, North America. I think it's the quietest day of the week. We are on our descent. Sticks. Inbound sticks, and then Betty. Speed management is absolute key here with this A330neo -9 version. It is so unbelievably aerodynamic that it's very difficult to bleed off the airspeed. Preparing for final approach to get right down to the approach speed. So let's see what we can accomplish here. It's advised operating this aircraft that you start getting your flaps out actually early. I think I just may do that. So we're gonna set our next altitude for 140. I'm going to take the speed over now and we'll dial this all the way back to 230 knots. Just want to be absolutely certain we are in good shape on the speed and the energy management with this slippery eel of an airplane. Shan't need the weather radar any longer. Our flap speeds here. To 40, I can set at flaps 1. I'm just going to ease this one into the airport. Checking VATSIM frequently because once a controller would join at this stage in the flight, it's important to get in touch with them as quickly as possible. Thank everyone for joining the stream. You enjoy the departure out of Atlanta with the ATC coverage there. It was rather busy, which was good fun. And you enjoy the approach and landing into Las Vegas. We'll be landing runway 26 left with a pretty short taxi to gate Delta 34. A little on the high side, it's going to air brake it just so gently. 700 feet above our descent path. And Put in our new altimeter, 2972. And it's set. After Rockstar, our next constraint is 10,000 or above, 13,000 or below. Check VATSIM again, make sure there's no controllers that have joined. It's gonna be a fun landing into this sun. Yeah, that's not an option. What we're going to do here is we're actually going to take control of the vertical speed, target 10,000. So we should be engaging Huxley right at the lower end of the altitude constraint. Speed's still okay. Took the ATC. Anything showing up on Avitab yet? Yes, okay. Got some aircraft on the ground. 2 aircraft getting ready for their departure on 26 right. 1 at the C gates and 1 at the E gates. And another aircraft, it looks like it may have just landed. Looks like we probably have an aircraft that we may need to contend with as well. Anything on the aircraft, UAL, let's find out where this aircraft is. 40. Alright, so that is UAL coming in. This is going to be a close one. think I'm going to beat him to it. I'm going to go to the CTAF frequency now.
What was that?
Then we're clear. 26 right, thanks for the help.
Yeah, no problem. Vegas traffic, Delta 1661 departing runway 26 right, westbound, Vegas.
Vegas traffic, Delta 777 heavy on the Rockstar 4 arrival. Estimated arrival time at Preno is 0233 Zulu. Vegas traffic.
Vegas traffic, Delta 8990 heavy, lining up, runway 26 right.
Okay, we're gonna keep it. We got 4 miles to go. The Jazz, the speed down to 220. Got to watch the throttles as well and make sure they're on idle. This plane is so slippery on the arrival. And we are over Oxley, Halen, 9,000. Give me 1,000 feet a minute.
Vegas traffic, United 3886 heavy, gonna register left turn final for 26 right. 26 left side.
Okay, we got that bogey on our radar. It's definitely, it will be number 2 for the arrival to 26 left. Give me flaps 1. Seven miles on the DME. We want to slow down now to 210 knots at Preno. I think I'll slow down to 200.
Inbound for the 26 left runway, United 3886. Heavy, about we'll call it 8 mile final.
Vegas traffic, Delta 777 heavy. We are 3 miles from Preno to join the localizer for the ILS runway 26. We're about 23 miles from touchdown. Vegas traffic. Get the 6,500. Is that set? Give me some more vertical speed here. the spoilers. Do a auto brake low. Runway set to dry. Or above. Gonna have to break this.
Your final 5 miles for United 3886 Heavy for runway 265. Thanks, Joe.
Even with the air brakes, it's hard to slow this boy down. Speed brakes, I should say. We can arm the localizer. Vegas traffic, Delta 777 Heavy, captured localizer for the ILS. 26 left, 16 miles to Vegas. We'll do an early gear down because just not quite getting 4,800. I thought I had the passenger signs on. Oops. Have to get the vertical speed more. Flaps 3. Sorry, that's flaps 2, I mean. Okay, we'll set it to the go-around altitude of 310. Arm the glide slope.
United 3886 Heavy, clear runway 26 left.
We should be capturing that localizer now. Glide slope is captured. Come on now, baby, lose the speed. Lose the speed.
$2,500.
Check. Flaps 3. And we gotta go flat mode off.
United 3886 Heavy, gonna be taxiing to the gateway at Alpha 6 Bravo Charlie.
Vegas traffic,
2000.
Delta 777 Heavy. We are on a 5-mile final, runway 26 left, Vegas. Arm the spoilers again. Ping the flight attendants. Still having trouble bleeding the speed. Ain't that just remarkable?
And we're clear 26 right for United 3886 Heavy.
I'm gonna say we're just stable.
1,000.
Just about. Not quite. just, man, barely at the last minute got the speed under control. It is so slippery, this
500.
airplane.
100 above. 400. 300. Minimum. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Probably a bit of a hard landing. Auto brakes off. Okay, so we are going Alpha 6, Charlie to the ramp. Biggest traffic, Delta 777 heavy, vacated 26 left, taking Alpha 6 and Charlie to the Delta gates. Vegas. I should have borrowed more of the touchdown zone. Keep the strobe on since we are across this runway imminently. Biggest traffic, Delta 777. It's crossing 26 right at Alpha 6, Vegas. Clear there. So Charlie's the next right. Looks like it might be designed to not be a right. Oh well. Yeah, I could feel that inertia in the airplane on the late flare. You can just feel the inertia. The plane is just not wanting to do what you wanted it to do because you didn't do it right. The APU master switch on. I'm sure we're gonna need that brake fan on. Although with the temperature here in Vegas, I don't know how much it's gonna help. So we're gonna be taking spot 5. That APU flap is open. Okay, good. Start the APU. Can kill the flight directors and the constraints. I need to print out some Delta A330neo checklists for myself. Maybe just print one. I think they only need one. It's all just on one sheet for all the stages that are needed. Turn that strobe off so I don't drive people crazy. Passing Charlie 6. So we are coming up. Delta 34 is our resting place for tonight. Deselect that traffic now. So this is our little taxi line here. Don't know if this scenery has labeled the gates. UPUs available. Nothing on the ATC front. We are the second last gate on the left. So this was a 410 feet per minute landing at 8 degrees nose up. We'll have to see what the G's were. Turn off our taxi light. I heard these parking of the aircraft on VR is way simpler. Parking of the aircraft in VR is way simpler. Well, this is Gate Delta 34, which is assigned for wide-body aircraft, so... Alrighty. We got, power to the APU is good. Engine's off. Been cooled down plenty enough already. Fans are going. Brake temperatures are actually, yeah, looking a lot better. Okay, N1 has gone to 0. We can knock out the beacon. Attach the jetway. But first we should set the chocks. There we go. I gotta put this aircraft right back in the way I want to open it again at the next flight. Seatbelt signs off, of course. Lights off. Nav lights can go off. Knock out the APU. Literally everything. I don't think that really matters, but fuel pump's off. All that looks okay. The gears go off. And think that's it. I think that's it. I think the overhead is, with the exception of the ground power being on and the batteries being on, kind of the situation it's in. You can't actually turn the batteries off. Turn the brake fan off. And that's good, that's off. The ground predictive wind shear, that goes to off. I think that's it. Doors and cargo are open. ToLiss they don't render a ground power unit, which is fine. Alright, let's complete the flight and submit to ACARS information. End the flight tracking on Volanta. And disconnect from VATSIM. Let's shut that down. You can shut down Volanta. And see how rough this looked from the outside. Let's go to toggle replay mode and what are they giving me here? They're not allowing me to turn any of those things on. Okay, whatever. It might not look super realistic without the lights, but oh, are you kidding me? You kidding me? Alright, I don't need to see all that stuff. Show me the bad news. Get to the bad news quickly here, boys. Here it is. Oh, yeah. That flare was late. At least it wasn't the tail strike. Hang on a second, I gotta see it this way. Ooh. Okay. Actually, from that angle, it doesn't look all that bad. When did the, oh gosh, come back. Okay, descent rate looks okay. That's weird. It's like a bounce, but it didn't bounce because the... That's very peculiar. Let's see what happened here.
40.
Okay, I got
30.
700.
20. Retard.
600.
10. 5. 4. 20,
Well,
retard, 30,
according to
20, retard,
it shows the joystick inputs.
20, 30, 40, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Noisy.
10, 100,
So we're 700 feet a minute.
50, 40,
Okay, the joystick comes back. I'm actually
30.
flaring now. Flaring considerably.
20, retard,
600 feet. 5 feet. 4 feet, 3
10.
feet, 2 feet, 1 feet, 0. He called 10.
5,
So he called 10 when it was actually...
10, 10,
He called 10 when it was 2 feet off the ground.
5, 5, 10, 10, 5, 5, 10,
Which is it, guys? 10 or 5? 10. Not 5. 4. 3.
10.
2. He calls 10 when it's 2 feet
5.
off the ground. He called 5 when I was 2 feet into the ground. Alright, I don't know. I don't know if that's a bug, but... Alright, folks. We are done with this one. Adios. See you in a minute.